So we'd like to welcome everyone here on our floor and those of you who have joined us online. I would like to start our session, our roundtable session, which is dedicated to support of the popular science matters in Russia and internationally. And we will be considering the variety of support resources as far as popularizing goes, how we've been assisted by the state with this important work, and private enterprises. We'll speak about premium and grants and releases in the national mass media, and we'll be sharing effective strategies, examples that are applicable both in Russia and Brics countries. Currently we have an offline session. As a speaker, we have Elena Chernyshkova, the director of the Russian Heritage Foundation, the former director of the Dynasty Foundation. And we have Ms. Kinkini Demisa from Vigyan Prasar from India. She'll be making a presentation for strengthening the resources to convey science to people. China is represented by Professor Wang Tin, General Director of the China's Popularization Institute, head of the General Secretary of the International Literacy Organization. He'll be speaking about the new beginning, new goal and new future concepts, plan for the future to popularize science and enhance the potential of scientific literacy in China. South Africa is present here by Beverly Damons, Dr. Beverly Damons. The doctor will be speaking about support and popularization of science. So we'll start with our first speaker, and this is Elena Chernyshkova. Yes, thank you very much. Hello, colleagues. I will take off my face mask to speak. It's a very important and interesting topic because in Russia over the last couple of decades the situation changed in terms of the combination of the resources spent on popularizing science. I've been invited here based upon my experience of managing the charity foundation Dynasty, which was in charge of support of science and education. I'll speak about how we've planned the strategy of the foundation to understand why it became so popular. It was somewhere in between 2000 and 2014, or maybe 2013. I was in charge of it until 2010. I was an author of strategy and quite a number of programs in the fund. But it's an important notice I would like to make. In the early 2000s, the situation as far as the support of popularizing the science was completely different. It was quite heavy and aggravated in Russia. The system support was not sufficient, and there was a big problem with the scientific publishers and science organizations, and scientists had a brain drain issue from science to other sectors. Those were people who could really very quickly change a job, did that, and the situation was getting aggravated in terms of brain drain and deprivation of human resources, human capital. So a few private funds, a few private foundations took an important support stance to support this field of science and education. We were in charge of supporting fundamental education in physics, mathematics, chemistry, those very challenging and not very applicable items that could be useful for the fast-growing business at the time. So the role of the non-state charity foundations was important. How did the situation change at the time? The foundations played a very important role, and based upon the shoulders of the founders, they did support that sphere in the course of a very big span of time between the beginning of 2000 and between 2008, we could not undervalue the role of private foundations in the support of private science. Now the situation is a little bit different. We've got quite a lot of grants, programs, we'll speak about that. I know a little bit less about that. We know about private support, and we have a chance to use different grants, different support programs in universities. A lot of universities, when we were back in Dynasty, we understood that they were the ones that were borrowing our experience. There are different types of support, and I know that there's a problem existing, not because this support is provided quite literally. So quite a number of students and young scientists and scholars are turning into professional grant hunters, as we call them. So it seems like instead of slowly becoming scholars and scientists providing new knowledge, instead they spend most of their resources to hunt for grants and get financial support. This story, which is getting quite disturbing, but I would have to upset you. Unfortunately, that's all the science that is funded all over the world. And most of the scientists would have to hunt for their grants. On the one hand, it's kind of bad, because it seems like no one has ever invented anything else. But it seems like that this story is very difficult, so the scientists would always have to show their productivity instead of doing science. That's number one. That's what I wanted to speak about. Now the situation has become much more favorable, but the actual distribution of these grants in a proper way defines the long-term success of the projects. Now a few words about the strategy. What would be the right strategy in terms of popularizing science and scientific research? For me, yet another approach which we have always used in the Dynasty Foundation is useful. Popularization cannot go without science. It would be strange for me to assume that there are some organizations that are in charge of popularization only, because there is a specific sphere. So there is a big foundation, like the Dynasty Foundation. It was very important for us to support young scientists, and our system of support started with support of the teachers, and then those programs went to the support of students and young scientists, then creating new jobs for the teachers, and now we call this postdoc positions. Those guys who received our grants did visit us from abroad, those who had previously emigrated, so we deployed this reverse brain drain. They would come back and start working here. So on the one hand, we had a set of programs which was completely dedicated to support of young individuals, so that they would stay and embark on scientific research. It was very important, so that they do not go and do business, and instead embark on very complicated fundamental science, so that they understand that we'll not have to do some side jobs to earn their living and get by. Over the last 10 years, we've managed to create this system, and we have a new generation of new deans and rectors of Russian higher institutions taking leading positions worldwide. A few members of the Ministry of People, specific scientific research, popular science, and they would be working to target at making people stay in science, stay in Russia, which is important, because back in the day, brain drain issue was a very pressing one, and we managed to achieve that because we had a number of different programs, and we achieved a very good synergy effect, which was successful. And here I would like to stop my presentation. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Could you please give us a hint how did you stimulate?
Can you say something, please?
Unfortunately, we are having Zoom feedback and we cannot hear the speaker, so
But I want to talk with Beverly.
we cannot translate because we are hearing people from Zoom.
Это же такой, знаете, как, не знаю, сейчас это называется корпоративная культура или какой-то корпоративный дух. Наш корпоративный дух в фонде, он, конечно же, предполагал...
So our corporate spirit, I remember reading this from Arnold,
Beverly, can you say something, please?
Ученый, как бы, велик, который...
that's the scientist who is great, who is capable of just simply explaining what they do. And we were always believing in this paradigm, and all those grant seekers would be supporting us. And when we were covering this
No, Professor Van, great, great.
publishers to publish new books, so we have Alexander Markov, famous biologist, a scientist, with whom we worked for many years. So he wrote a book made up of 2 volumes. It was a very complicated one. We wanted to simplify it and make it more popular. So that's what the paradigm that we were tackling. I think we should always be focusing on that fact that the scientists are interested about making their knowledge popular. Colleagues, do you have other questions? It's off the mic, I'm sorry. There are some questions from the floor, but we can't hear the questions because the user, the speaker is not using the microphone, unfortunately. It was an excellent question. It was an excellent question. Excellent question. The question was how this foundation, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm repeating your question, with the experience of the foundation, how we can assess the impact of the foundation to the changes in the society, and how it affected the situation in the society. So, once again, a private foundation is not the presidential grant foundation that supports this event, and we need to thank this. It's a small foundation with some limited resources, and we would always be choosing some target audience where we would like to work. So our target audience were students learning theoretical physics in Russia, and they were approximately 2,000 students, knowing which would be the chairs, which would be the departments in the university studying it. So we were focusing on this system effect, just to make sure that at least 5% of our target audience, 5% of these thousands of people can be involved in our programs. So we were selecting the best ones. We had a very strict selection principle for grant seekers. We thought it would be a very statistically important share. And about the evaluation, how we changed the situation in the society, I think it would not be possible to assess where we tackle how we affect social effectiveness of programs, and there is no universal approach, but there are other different indirect ways. For example, we could measure how many people decided not to change their job and stay in science, and how many people stayed in Russia and did not leave to the Western countries, staying there forever. So there were a few programs, especially this postdoc program, was targeted at not allowing people leave the country and made them come back from abroad. It was a proof of the effect that this program had, and we sensed that we changed the situation to a certain extent. Thank you, Yelena. Thank you, colleagues, for your questions. So we have our next speaker. Ms. Kinkina de Misra from India.
Так, у нас госпожа Кинкини на связи.
She's in connection with us.
О, хорошо.
Раз госпожа, бери госпожу, конечно.
There was a popular science library. We have a library in Moscow. There were lectures by Mr. Markov, and you talked him into doing popular science. After that, he wrote the first book. We collected a collection of books, and then we pushed to create a library in Moscow. So thank you very much for that. We have to apologize. We need to take another speaker now. The next speaker is going to be Professor Wang Tin from China with his presentation about new beginning, new purpose, new future. Let us listen to our Chinese colleague.
Professor?
Professor?
Нет, у нас не слышит.
Professor, can you hear us? Professor Wang Tin? Professor Wang Tin? Can you hear us?
Да, мы его слышим, ждем.
Да, не слышно, да.
А он нас видит?
Professor Wang Tin, can you hear us? Professor Wang Tin? Professor Wang Tin from China, can you hear us? Professor Wang Tin?
Professor, we are waiting for you to start the lecture. Excuse me, we can't hear you. Oh, yeah, now it's okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, good evening, good afternoon. It's a great honor to exchange ideas with all of you. I'm Wang Ting, Director General of the China Research Institute for Science Popularization, CRISP. CRISP was founded in 1980 under the concern of Deng Xiaoping, the former leader of China, as the only national level institute that specializes in science popularization research in China. We have strong influence on the policymaking of science popularization. Today, I will talk about something about policymaking for the new policy in China. And I will have my presentation from 3 parts. Due to the time limited, I will need to keep to the points and finish briefly. First of all, the promotion of citizens' scientific literacy by means of science popularization to promote people's all-round and innovative development. China's science popularization is conducted under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, CPC. In 2016, President Xi Jinping made remarks that scientific and technological innovation and the science popularization are the two wings of achieving innovative development, and science popularization should be placed in the same important position as scientific and technological innovation, which has indicated the direction for China's science popularization in the new era. China issued the world's first and only specialized science popularization law in 2002, making the legislation of China's science popularization. In 2005, China issued the outline of the national scheme for scientific literacy 2006 to 2010 to 2020, which clarifies the medium and long-term development roadmap. After 15 years of unwavering efforts with improving scientific education and training systems, scientifically literate citizens have made up 10.56% of the population in 2020, increased from 1.6% in 2005. It's really an overall leap of citizens' scientific literacy. This marks a historical achievement in the CSL building of China. Secondly, the current problems and challenges faced by China's scientific literacy building. Although remarkable achievements have been made, but some new problems and challenges follow. The main are the overall level of scientific literacy is low, the scientific spirit is not deeply promoted, and the social atmosphere of scientific rationality is not strong enough. The effective supply of science popularization resources is insufficient, and the institutional agreements and condition guarantee should be further strengthened. We should build a highland of citizen scientific literacy through science popularization, create a large troop of high quality, innovative talents from a national innovation plateau, and then hold up the peak of China's innovation. In this area, we are deeply grasping the change of science popularization in China. There are 4 chains, including connotation, concept, means, mechanism. I will not go into the details for right now due to the limited time. For China's science popularization in the new era, its leadership, accuracy, popularity, service, and integration are highlighted. Certainly, the solution put forward by China for the future. To build a great modern socialist country with strength in science and technology, scientific literacy should play a big part in serving economic and social development. On June 25th, the State Council of China issued the outline of the national scheme for science literacy 2021 to 2035. Hereafter referred to as the new outline, laying out tasks in the next 15 years based on the notable achievements made in this field, especially since the 18th CPC National Congress. By 2025, scientifically literate citizens should account for more than 15% of the whole population, with unbalanced scientific literacy development among all regions and groups alleviated. And the 2035 target will be 25%, laying a solid foundation for China to become one of the most innovative countries. In view of the current scientific literacy and the core competence that needs to be improved for miners, rural residents, industrial workers, and the elderly people, officials, and civil servants, the new outline put forward 5 specific actions and 5 key projects to improve scientific literacy. It also specified the governmental official should gain more knowledge on the strategy of China through the development of science, education, and the strategy of innovation-driven development, and enhance their scientific decision-making. Scientific literacy must be taken into account for recruitment and assessment of government officials. First, the action for minors focus on cultivating minors' curiosity, imagination, and critical thinking. Curiosity and imagination among youth should be tapped with further improvements in their interest in science. To that end, scientific education and elementary schools should be improved. A plan to cultivate talents for scientific innovation will be carried out, and at the same time, a cohesive mechanism for education resources in and out of the classroom should be established. The action for rural residents focus on improving rural residents' ability to live a civilized life and scientific management. The scientific literacy campaign also covers the agricultural population with education and activities mainly on environment protection, thrifting energy and resources, green production, disaster prevention and alleviation. Education and training for farmers should be launched with the help of agricultural broadcasting and television schools, with 1 million being cultivated in entrepreneurship and innovation. Scientific literacy of girls and women in rural areas should also be improved. Actions should be taken to promote technical innovation, improve the professional skills of industrial workers, and guide entrepreneurs to seek more innovation, take on more social responsibility. Industrial workers, the action for them, we will focus on innovation ability, craftsmanship, and technical skills. The action for the elder people should also have opportunities to learn how to use intelligent technologies and acquire better health care education, especially the ability to use smartphone, especially in the situation of the COVID-19. The action for the official and civil servants will focus on the scientific decision-making ability and scientific governance ability. Scientific literacy must be taken to account for recruitment and assessment of government officials. According to the circular, China will carry out 5 projects to popularize science, boost scientific literacy, extend resources coverage, and improve international exchange for global governance. The five key projects supporting the above 5 key actions include project of science popularization of scientific and technological resources, and the project of improving science popularization informationization, and the project of science popularization infrastructure, the projects of grassroots science popularization enhancement, and the projects of international exchange and cooperation on scientific literacy. I have more to share with you about the project of international exchange and cooperation on scientific literacy. It aims to promote the sharing of policy ideas, resource information, and the mutual learning among the world's civilizations in the field of international scientific literacy building, so as to contribute to the promotion of citizens' science literacy all over the world.
Professor, we are really sorry, but
in recent years, the China Association for Science and Technology
Professor, can you hear us, Professor?
And technological organizations have carried out fruitful practice in this regard. One case is that in 2018, China Association for Science and Technology, together with the other influential national and regional science technology organizations, initiated building an opening up and cooperation platform and expand channels for international exchange of scientific literacy. The World Conference on Science Literacy 2018 was opened in Beijing on September 17, 2018. Same the Science Literacy for a Shared and Better Future. The conference has over 1,000 participants. President Xi Jinping and the UN Secretary General sent the congratulatory letter to the conference. After in-depth and constructive exchange, CAST and Quant partners jointly initiated the World Organization for Scientific Literacy, WSL. At present, the preparatory work of World Organization for Science Literacy, WOSL, is in smooth progress. Last year, the preparatory committee was formally established at the Third World Conference on Science Literacy. Now it has 22 member organizations from 20 countries and regions. In the past, the preparatory committee of WSL launched a series of cooperation and exchange projects, including the research on the international science literacy and evaluation system, science and technology education events for teenagers, and training for science teachers. And the fourth World Conference on Science Literacy 2021 will be held at the end of November. If you are interested in the conference as the Secretary General of the Preparatory Committee of WSL, I'd be delighted to invite you to join us for the fourth
we are
conference.
Really sorry to interrupt
Please
you,
do not hesitate to contact me with email. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens, scientific literacy is the common value of mankind in the area of science technology. In order to make great contributions to the capability building of citizens, scientific literacy.
Excuse me, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang.
Communication and collaboration. carry out scientific education, dissemination, and popularization, eliminate barriers to scientific knowledge sharing, and narrow the knowledge and development gaps so as to improve global scientific literacy, promote the all-round development of people in the world, serve the building of the goal of humans' sustainable development. That's my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Professor, thank you very much for your lecture. It was really interesting, but a bit too long. So let's go. Давайте перейдем к следующему нашему
So let's
спикеру.
switch to another speaker. Who's the next speaker? Who is in touch with us? Dr. Beverly Devons or Mrs. Kinkini de Misra? Who is in touch?
It's okay.
Hello, we are really glad to see you here. We are waiting for your lecture. Коллеги, у нас выступает госпожа Кинкини де Мисра.
Mrs. Kinkini de Misra from India.
I'm sorry, Miss, we are limited in time, so please be a bit short and fast. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
We are waiting for you to start.
Thank you. Hello?
We can hear you. Please begin. Please begin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Kinkini, you can say.
Thank you, everyone. Very good evening to you all from India. Greetings to you, fellow presenters, dignitaries, and delegates present here. I'm going to speak on strengthening resources and support to bring science to the public. Before I go on to my slides, I would like to give a little historical perspective that in India, there has been a long tradition of communication, especially when it comes to bringing the masses together. Folk music, dance, the plays and cultural performances have been effective as a means of communication in India, and the power of communication is considered to be the root of any social movement. The influence of mass media can be seen at the very heart of contemporary society. This speaks volume about the impact of sustained communication on changing the way a society thinks and behaves. Scientific research in fields such as mathematics, astronomy, medicines, and material sciences has been carried out in Indian subcontinent since ancient times. However, a remarkable void persisted between the scientific knowledge generated and the common man during that time, and almost no effort was there to bridge the gap. The scientific texts and the literature at that time that was available were technical and in classical forms, and were not in the common man's language. Later, during the colonial period, a few attempts were made in presenting science in simpler form. With limited resources, some science popularization activities started in the country by individuals, science enthusiasts, scholars, through popular science writings and magazines. In today's presentation, I would like to highlight the support of funding and resources in bringing science to the people and need for strengthening to increase the science communication activities in the country. After independence in 1947, the Constitution of India introduced the concept of scientific temper in 1952 and has made a special provision to develop scientific temper, humanism, and spirit of inquiry. With that as a premise, then a number of government agencies and non-governmental organizations came forward to support science communication activities across the country. Why do we need to institutionalize the science communication in the country, and why it is important? It has been made effective through science policies and science communication. The science communication in India came into prominence in our 6th five-year plan, and it was focused to create a scientific culture in the society and inculcating scientific temper. India has recognized science communication as one of the important areas of developing a rational outlook in the society. The science policies since 1950 have taken due consideration of imbibing the scientific temperament with scientific approach, use of scientific knowledge, and with better understanding of science and technology in improving the lives of the people. Due importance has also been given towards the spirit of innovation, public awareness, and dissemination of scientific and technological information. The whole idea of science communication and science policies was to create a scientific culture penetrating into India's socio-culturally diverse society and to transform it into a nation of scientifically thinking and scientifically aware people. So gradually, science communication was taken up at various levels, both at institutional and individual, to enhance the public understanding of science, and governmental efforts have been made into presence ineffective for popularizing and communicating science, mainly through public funding. The second focus is that science popularization and outreach. Focus was given mainly to promote science support funding, resources for undertaking large-scale science popularization and outreach activities. Funding opportunities for research on science communication was also given much attention. The objectives behind institutionalizing the science communication basically is to create scientific awareness, instilling the scientific spirit of inquiry, developing rational outlook, developing the scientific temper, and making an informed society. Now, the science communication ecosystem, which is available and which is very much in place, on one hand, this ecosystem includes policymakers, industry, media, as well as the national and international scientific community. On the other hand, there is the general public. The general public consists of different groups, and every group needs different approach. So every program of science communication, which requires funding support in terms of financial and resource support, needs a different approach, and this communication needs to be designed differently, targeting the diverse audience and for whom we are trying to reach. Need for funding support. Why do we need to support? Why the funding opportunities are required? Basically, advancing science communication, research and practice, communicating science effectively, science for societal support, create a pool of human resource, training and capacity building, networking and collaborations, wider dissemination of scientific information. So presently, all the funding support that is being made available in India takes care of these objectives and these points. The kind of support that India's funding opportunities provide are infrastructure creation, science communication research, training, awareness building, supporting mega science events through exhibition, fairs, demonstrations, hands-on activities, and public outreach. Competitions and Olympiads, science awards or science communication awards are also focused for the kind of support that Government of India is providing. What are the available funding and resource support? Now, the main is the public funding and support. Several approaches and mediums are in place and being utilized by various governmental and non-governmental organizations to popularize science. Like emphasis was given for creation of infrastructure. Organizations were created which are mainly focused for science popularization and communication research. I would like to name some of these which are very prominently, which are working at the national level, is Vigyan Prasar, from where I belong to, I come from, National Council of Science Museums, scientific and industrial research, science communication research, NISCARE, other ministries like science and industrial research, agricultural research, medical research, and education. All these ministries have kind of a budgeted, sanctioned funding support for public outreach, for science communication and popularization, human resource development, development of resource material, utilization of various means and mode of communication. So every form has its significance and utilized keeping in mind the vast diversity existing in India to reach out to the masses. The mandate of public funding is to integrate, coordinate, catalyze science communication and popularization activities across the country and help in penetrating science at the community level. The major funding agencies are NCSTC of Department of Science and Technology, which is the National Council of Science and Technology Communication, Council, National Level Science Museums, and other ministries which I have just now mentioned. State level funding organizations are also available, and they're putting efforts towards dissemination of scientific information and creating a scientifically aware society. The National Council of Science Museums is coordinating mainly for 26 museums and science centers across the country. There is a 109-year-old organization, Indian Science Congress Association, which is another professional body which is supported by government and which is a very 109-year-old establishment working towards promotion of science in India. It holds an annual Congress for advancement and promotion of science. The National Academies of Sciences in India are also working towards science popularization activities and creating scientific awareness among the target audience and reaching out to people through different programs. There are several private organizations, there are several NGOs that are engaged with science communication programs with a view to developing and nurturing science popularization and outreach. Then there are Intel, these are the companies which are working and supporting the Microsoft, the industries are involved, the international collaborations like UN, Brics, Indo-US, Indo-French, UNIDO, these are all international collaborations through which science communication and science popularization activities are enhanced. Then the information support, there are the popular science magazines, newsletters, web portals, digital media, bulletins, media coverage. These are the informational support that's being provided.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are really limited in time. Can you please go to the end?
Yes.
Thank you much.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Give me 2 minutes. The challenges is that in spite of well-planned and well-structured efforts of science communication in India, there are certain challenges before us. The quality of science communication material, oversimplification of message, misunderstandings among the communicator, content, and the audience, misconception of facts and figures, quantity and reach is not enough. There is at present, there is no disconnect. There is a disconnect between science and society at large with limited scope for citizen engagement in the STI ecosystem. And then India is a multilingual country, so science communication in Indian languages is much needed and a lot of efforts is going on in this direction. And science communication has not been able to attract media to that extent, it does not appear in the front page of newspapers, media dailies, or become a lead story. So why do we need to strengthen it? The strengthen is required. The new proposed STI policy identifies the need for strengthening the funding opportunities for science communication and provide resource support. Some of the thing is that enhancing the capacity building, creating a cross-disciplinary platform for science communication, facilitated to make STI accessible to all citizens. Cross-disciplinary research on science communication needs to be facilitated with national programs and national missions. And also identifying the barriers to science communication, including stereotypes, particularly for women who are largely involved in science popularization activities. Public engagement needs to be enhanced. A lot of efforts is going on in locally and relevant and culturally content-specific models for public engagement is being planned and is being rolled out. Community-centric programs and regional science centers are encouraged to promote science communication in regional languages. What is required is better availability and accessibility of evidence-based information to the science communicators. Mainstreaming science communication is what is the need. So we need engaging with science communication to bring profound changes by building a nurtured science communication ecosystem. And there is a mines of information available. So what is required to answer is that so what is a more constructive and meaningful way. And in line with the national policy, the scientific social responsibility is going to be implemented, is in getting placed, where institutes and organizations will be encouraged to earmark a percentage of allocated budget for science communication, public engagement, and to support NGOs and civil societies. And then use of technology, which is the most important, is that science communication can be enriched using AI, machine learning, AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality, and deep technologies. An effort is being made to develop a dedicated science communication cells in every scientific organizations. And so therefore, the new approach is for more public-private partnership, scaling up. Thank you so much. Crowdfunding. Thank you so much.
To end up here, we have
Thank you.
time. I'm really sorry. Thank you very much for your lecture.
It's okay. Thank you. I've come to the end of the program presentation. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Over to you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we would like to embark on our last speaker from South Africa, Dr. Beverly Demons. Hopefully we will have no problems with connectivity. Doctor, we would like to hear Beverly Demons from South Africa. Now it's your turn.
Greetings, colleagues. I'm Beverly Demons speaking to you right now from Pretoria in South Africa. Thank you very much for allowing and inviting us to be part of this important conversation, which I have followed from yesterday. I'm the group executive for the National Research Foundation in the area of science engagement and corporate relations. So I have been following these proceedings with very much interest. Thank you very much. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about mediating the science and society interface. I think with some emphasis on the word mediating, because I think the science and society interface, we've had lots of information starting from yesterday and the presentation today, and we would wonder about this role, this interface, and the fact that to mediate, you have to have parties joining, collaboration, co-creating in a two-way relationship. So I was wondering and thinking to talk about those from the perspective of a research funding and performing organization. From a country perspective, we are fortunate to have a national agenda out of our Department of Science and Technology, very recently coming out with a new paper on science, technology, and innovation, where the issue of engagement with science gains prominence and is spoken to in a way that starts to address some of the issues that have been raised over the 2 days. For example, yesterday with the conversations about funding, and already we see that our white paper on science, technology, and innovation speaks to a percentage of public science funding from all science, technology, and innovation government departments allocated to issues of science engagement and raising science awareness, which is a cross-government recommendation. And we really do want to try to move in this direction. It hasn't always been there. We also, through this, have legislation to coordinate science engagement activities across the South African science system, located in the Science National Funding Agency in which I sit, and also the business unit in which I manage. So there's a large mandate to effectively do a national coordination. A reference to the grants, researchers being involved in the communication of their research, scientists themselves to earn continuing development points through their actions and their contributions to engagement, and a commitment to responsible research and innovation processes. Here in responsible research and innovation processes, we are anticipating and assessing potential implications and societal expectations with regard to research and innovation. So you are fostering research thinking about inclusive and sustainable research and innovation. And I think that speaks to issues of impact, issues of how we're addressing societal expectations and societal needs through our research. I think a very commendable commitment to look at the research itself that we fund. As part of our National Research Foundation mandate, I spoke in the previous slide to the legislation, and you would see in the NRF mandate, its legislative mandate in terms of supporting the research, the human capacity development, the actual research taking place through our large national infrastructure, the research facilities. One of our key areas, our objects, is to support and promote public awareness of and engagement with science. So it's a legislative obligation of the National Research Foundation to do this on behalf of the national system in terms of the legislation. So there is, and it is also a recent legislation. With our focus areas, as you see, speaking to areas of thinking through as a funding agency to look at embedding the engaged research, that the research, as I said, that we fund has to look at how that research through all its stages of research considers the community, considers the inclusive design, considers in what ways society is to be enacted, enables the public to access the large infrastructure, science infrastructure, supporting identified, nurturing young talent in education, STEM education, building the capacity and the capability, and working with private sector to enhance these science communication, science education, and science awareness areas in building the scientific literacy, as we've seen. So in terms of the science engagement program, the national program, if I look at this particular slide, and based on what I heard yesterday, I thought that if we go through all of these, I would be repeating much of what we are sharing at country level in terms of the Brics Forum, in the sense that we have looked at commonalities in the science engagement program, in how we are trying to address, possibly through, for example, mass events. We spoke about mass events. Our colleague from India just prior to me spoke about these areas in science and maths education, in the scientific areas, in careers in science, engineering, and technology, in looking at science communication and the different ways in which we can support through training, through intervention. Yes?
Ms. Demons, sorry, 1 minute more. We are really limited in time. Sorry, thank you.
1 minute, ma'am, I just started. Okay. So I thought that what we should do, instead of going over all of this, look at the science base of our country and recognize that this relationship between science and society recognizes that actually when we think about the relationship between science and society, we recognize our social license. We have a legal license to do the work we do, an economic license, but the part that we are looking at in terms of our social license is the interface between local communities, general public, media, special interest groups, and look at all of those. So that when I spoke to you and showed you that first picture of the SKA, the largest science project, building the largest radio astronomy, it is, yes, about excellent science. But if you look at what we are looking at in terms of our social license, this showed you the connection between that science project and the local community, in the sense that the local artisans are helping to build a telescope, that is going to, as you've seen, as of 21 September, is releasing data to astronomy, connecting the big science to the local communities. In much the same way in optical astronomy, connecting the big science, there sits these telescopes, some from countries around the table, and how do we connect that to a better quality of life for local communities, connecting the science, connecting the products of the science, connecting the intellectual property arising out of the science for the benefit of local communities. And I think this is what we are looking at as well in terms of our mediation. how does that mediation, how does the science interface?
Sorry, Mrs. Demons. It's so interesting. It's so pity that we had to end up here, but our colleagues just saying us to end up. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Спасибо большое, коллеги, за то, что были здесь.
Thank you, colleagues, for joining us here. Thank you very much. Still, despite
Так что всем всего доброго. Встретимся на следующих.
all the issues, we have been happy to have this session with you and hope to see you next time. Thank you.
try to see the comment and try to make sure that everything is okay. All right. So if there are so many challenges, how should we engage scientists in communicating science or popularization of science? So there might be many solutions, but the solution I want to propose is to combine science and art. So why should we do this? And I think recently, I think in year 2020, I think there's a nice paper published by a Canadian researcher. And I really like this figure, so I really want to show it to you. So the scientists, I think, within the academic or scientific community, there's a science. This is the core part. But we use a lot of jargon and really scientific terms to communicate within the community. And so as a result, there's little emotionality, and it is really hard for the public to understand science, right? And so what this researcher proposed is that we should combine science with art. First, there is the level of graphic design. With graphic design, the science almost do not change. And we remove the jargon and increase the accessibility of science, right? And then there's a little bit of emotionality get increased. And at the second step, right, they use fine art. So the accessibility get increased a lot, a bit more, but mainly I think there's the emotionality get increased a lot. So the public can get understanding science and get feedback to the society and to the scientists. So this is a full circle, right? And there's another example is a research study, the art and science relationship in the research of Antarctic. So I will just keep it short because we try to save time for the other speakers. Before, in maybe several centuries ago, we just use art as a service of science to recall the phenomenon because we do not have a camera. As soon as we have the camera, so there's no need for artists anymore. But still, I think the research group hire artists. I think it's collaborator. The artists not only recall the scientific evidence and later on, make the art that is can be accessible to the public, to the kids, to communicate the research, which is study the crystal under the icebergs, to try to understand the flow of water beneath the iceberg. It's a very complicated science, but again, with the help of artists, this science can be communicated to even children, right? So, and give another example is what we do called a project in 2014 is beautiful chemistry. So when we talk about chemistry, it's a background science, but it's very important. Everything in this picture has been touched by chemistry, but we do not understand, we do not think about this really. For example, we use this plastic bottle to drink water and get its convenience every day, but we do not think about the good side of this. But whenever we see the pollution of plastic bottles on the beach or in the sea, then we think about, oh, chemistry is really bad. And also, for example, there's some explosion, and then we think about chemistry again. It's always associated with bad things. So to do this, and then we have this project. I think you cannot hear the music, but it's okay. Is we use special photography to recall the really interesting processes of chemical reactions, the transformations, and that is only one part of this project. And the second part is we use computer graphics to digitally restore the famous apparatus by chemists in the history. And also because chemistry is studying the invisible world, we use visualization to visualize the beautiful molecules that chemistry made, right? So, and this project, even though as the internet time is an old project, but it got really good, well reception from the media and throughout the world, and all the viewers really like it and get prize from NSF. And we continue doing this to increase the visual aspect of this project and continuing with the envisioning chemistry and focusing more on the art part of chemical reaction and the transformation. And so it opened other opportunity, like we have this video show in the opening ceremony of the International Year of the Periodic Table in Paris and in Italy. I think in 2009, we went to Russian as well for the science fest, for the Old Russian Science Festival, and I gave a talk there. And thank you very much for the invitation. So I think, and also I think we have this book finally published with the English writer Faithful Ball, and I get a good review from Nature. And this is the images from the book. And what we learn from all this year's work is when you combine art and chemistry together, not only people get resonant with chemistry and understanding the beauty of chemistry, and also it stick longer. I just gave a talk, I think also online, is the Italian Science and Technology Museum, and they opened a new iLab, and then they used beautiful chemistry video for the entrance of the lab. So I gave a talk there just a few hours ago. So I think it's all the project, but it stick longer because it's emotionally, it affects people, resonant with people, so it connect with people, right? And this is fire in the book. So I propose this, but how can we do that? How can we combine, how can we ask scientists to do this? I think that the best thing should be, we do not ask the scientists to do the same. We should ask the collaboration between scientists and artists, and that will give the best results. And how can we do that? I think this is gonna be not an easy task, but I think with all the examples I gave today, it should be a good way to do this. So that is actually what we are doing at Art and Science Research Center at the University of Science and Technology of China, USTC. This is a new center established only a few years ago, and we try to do this and try to combine science and art together and combine and try to make effective collaboration between artists and scientists. And so make the scientists that try to gain something from this collaboration and get this research, get the research out to the public and get good feedback from the public. Right. Again, I think why we do this is because we're really facing challenging problems.
Excuse me, you have 1 minute left. I'm really sorry about it.
Right. I'm almost done. And this challenging requires us to have kids to really get interested in science. So I think my interest in chemistry is ignited by the moment that I saw the combustion of a magnesium ribbon, and it saw the bright light in the classroom. That is my first chemistry class, and really catch my imagination. I fall in love with chemistry. So by combining art and science together, hopefully we can engage more kids and more have a sustainability of scientists in the future and solve our problems. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this beautiful and emotional presentation. I think that art and science is really very interesting.
Greetings.
It was
From the Academy of South Africa.
It's very interesting to know which research is being done, how they are being prepared, and the contribution of scientists to demonstrating the result of their work through art. It's really very interesting. It's the right tool. Now I would like to hand over to Himna Sadyal from South Africa. We're going to hear about the role of Academy of Sciences, how to communicate, how to do popularization, with the example of South Africa Academy of Sciences. Mrs. Sadyal, it's over to you now. Your floor.
All right. Sorry about that hiccup. I thought I was supposed to go immediately after Liang. All the same, I will start my presentation now. Thank you for the invitation to speak on the role of science academies in science popularization. Colleagues, much of what I would have liked to say we've heard already in the previous session, as well as in this awesome presentation by Liang. But academies play a particular role in society. Firstly, academies represent the top echelons of academic excellence by academics throughout the country, representing all sectors of science disciplines. And when they become inducted into the academy, we try to inspire them to utilize their role
from their previous expertise to the present to participate in academy-related activities. Now, for us to be able to reach the wide audience, which consists of a mixture of various types of stakeholders, we need to understand what soundbite of message we want to target and to which particular sector. So we have activities that we wish to engage with scientists, so that's Science for Science. And for that, we have portals like the South African Journal of Science, that is our in-house journal that we publish every 2 months or so, or 6 issues per annum. And then, of course, we host a series of journals on an online platform, the Scielo platform, that is constantly updated to project what is going on in the African domain of publication, and more particularly within South Africa. Now, if we want to target much younger audiences like the latter school-going stakeholders, we have a magazine called Quest. And in that, the editor puts together some really, really inspiring combination of articles, thematically based, but also those related to the curriculum. And at the same time, given everything that's going on in the global environment, the editor tries to package it for communication at that level to which is our target audience. Then we have many, many activities that we do with respect to science for policy. And of course, when you're directing information to policymakers, you also have to ensure that it is not verbal diarrhea, but targeted messaging, so that whatever work is done by the academy, from consensus studies to whatever other types of work we do, is put together in a context. And if we enhance the context of the work that we are doing, it is easier for policymakers to pick up on the recommendations to ensure that they could take that further. Lastly, our main audience is the general public. And this general public in the South African context has many, many components to it. Colleagues, you're aware that we are a developing country and have been subjected to enormous levels and varying degrees of inequalities. So if you think that the various types of media that we have, be it soundbite, newspaper articles, etc., we have to penetrate all the challenges we experience to be able to target this message. Secondly, we have 11 official languages. And as we've been talking in a previous session with Leopoldina, there are many, many terminologies in science that are not really available in the ethnic languages that we have in the country. So that's another challenge. So in essence, what we like to do as an academy is to ensure that we have targeted messaging. We want to advance the role of women in science. We want to advance young scientists and their participation because they are closer to the younger audience, and we have a Young Academy of Science to support this. We also want to be multidisciplinary. COVID has taught us that while the main messaging is on health, there are other socioeconomic, behavioral, and other types of information that we need to take cognizance of. So how we utilize the essence of the expertise of the scientists from within the academy and targeting it to be representative of all disciplines is also important. And lastly, it is about taking science into the living room of the people. And if you cannot communicate, then we've lost the plot. As a geneticist who talks about, genetic diversity, if I show you this little jar of gum, that may represent the variability that we see in Africa. And then if I only pulled out, say, the yellow and the white gum balls out of here, that may represent the genetic variability that went out of Africa. Having images, as we've heard Liang show with art previously, is equally important in how we target our messages. So that's very, very important. So colleagues, lastly, I want to say, and we've heard this from the previous session from our Indian scholar, that the messaging needs to be nationally entrenched. There are issues that we need to aspire towards addressing of national importance. We have to ensure regionality, that we take our science messages across the continent, for example, we in Africa. And what we do is, from our academy, network with other academies under the network of the Academy Network on the African Continent, NASAC, and use that as our mothership to drive and penetrate the various regions within Africa. And lastly, of course, internationally. As an academy, we are affiliated with the Inter-Academy Partnership. And of course, the challenges we face in the world are globally contextual. It doesn't just expect us in South Africa in one particular district. So we have the benefit of these sorts of very strategic networking, which we hope that as a collective we can bring together to ensure that the roles of academies throughout the world are punchy in terms of directing science and taking it into the living room of one and all. With those few words, I want to thank you for listening and look forward to any discussion we may have at the end. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Indeed, it is important to take into account what is your audience, to target the audience, and it should be a different message depending on whether you're talking to school children or to scientific society, and depending on the country, the context is different. The context is different because in Russia we have one channels of communication, in South Africa we have different channels of communication. It will be very interesting to talk to you after the discussion about how you motivate scientists to get engaged into these projects, whether you have difficulties in engaging the scientists. Do you explain to them why they need to get engaged into popularization of science events? Maybe we can do it later. The next presentation is going to be from India. We were planning to have two presentations, 5 minutes per every speaker. Manas Pratim Das, All Indian Radio, dialogue before the show, how to
okay, am I audible?
Да, мы вас слышим и видим, все прекрасно.
We can hear you. You can start.
Right. Thank you so much. Good evening to one and all, and greetings from India. The title has already been mentioned, the pre-show dialogue, sensitizing scientists about popular queries. Since time is short, I'll go as fast as I can. Now, India puts a lot of emphasis on science communication and public engagement. And that is again evident in the draft Swift Science, Technology and Innovation Policy that has come out this year. But see, this is the classical saga. The scientist comes to the auditorium, has an agenda, speaks. The audience, in most of the cases, tries hard to make a meaning of it, out of it. Accept it or not, this is the scenario. The audience expects plain speaking and easy to follow analysis, which often doesn't come through. So what do? We can point fingers at each other, but if occasionally the finger is pointed at the scientist in return might say these things. He or she might put up allegations against the popular culture. He might say that it fudges natural law, and he might give examples like action heroes, Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry, and Sylvester Stallone. When they fire bullets, they don't move a bit. But Newton's third law says that to every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Again, there is no air in space to carry sound waves. Yet, when you see space wars, spaceships routinely blow up with thunderous roar, and a whoosh sound is made when a spaceship passes by. These are the things that we collect from the popular media, and the scientist, in a way, is justified in pointing out those mistakes, which actually keep gathering in our mind. Now, what is the impression that the scientist has about the lay people? I mean, again, he or she is justified. Here, Sabine Hossenfelder, she once thought that why not talk to the people and try to know what they are actually thinking of astrophysics. And she jokingly told her colleagues that I will be offering my services at $50 per 20 minutes. Now, in fact, the outcome was foretold because without a rigorous training, no person in this world can have or can come to grips with the concepts of physics. Now, after that, she said that I haven't learned any new physics in these conversations, but I have learned a great deal about science communication. And again, she pointed finger at the popular media, saying that popular science media gives all the information to the people, and those are in most cases wrong. Again, she is justified, but this is the idea, the impression that the scientist carries when she comes to the field of or the stage of science communication. Now, whatever that might be, scientists often ignore very simple questions and dismiss it altogether from the scene. Like, I have faced questions when presenting a live show that I continued for 20 long years. One agriculturist or one farmer, he asked me over phone in the show, are the planets hanging from threads? If it is so, where are the threads tethered? Now, these are simple yet profound questions that remain unaddressed. But a scientist might have more grandeur plans. He or she might have come to the stage with the idea that she will tell about black holes, the space-time war. But unless we answer these questions that lie at the bottom of the mind of the audience, we fail to reach across to him or her. Now, there are other questions as well. Nuclear power dilemma. We all know this is a debated field. And there are questions like, do the electricity coming out of a nuclear power station contain radiation? This might appear silly, but these are questions, along with the nuclear waste, that the nuclear waste would cover the face of the whole planet. That is, of course, silly. But if you don't answer this question, you are in for trouble in the coming decades. Now, in our country, in Tamil Nadu, we are building a very big observatory, and we are very proud of that, the India-based nuclear observatory. But there are misunderstandings among villagers regarding the same. One of them says that a giant magnet is to be kept inside the mountain. He has found out that it will attract all the iron tools from our houses. This is largely a farming community, and that is why they are afraid. They are also told, the internet has informed them, that artificially produced collimated beams of neutrinos generate radiation and cause diseases. Again, a scientist knows, a physicist knows that this is silly. But these are the questions that need to be answered. And here at the Theni district, science communication faced a real challenge. The scientists at TIFR did a real good job, but still they couldn't reach out to people. Now we all know, now this is the ultimate thing, that the same skills that make one a good scientist can be adapted to develop communication skills. Only the need is there for orientation. Who will do the orientation? Of course, the science communicator. And if he or she seeks to help, what are they supposed to do? Supposed to conduct a survey or research of popular queries. And popular queries won't come up unless you pick communicators or surveyors from the village itself.
Извините, пожалуйста, одна минута осталась.
Right. I'll finish in a minute.
You have 1 minute.
Right, thank you. Unless you pick women communicators, because they are the fellow who, they are the persons who can give you news from inside. Otherwise, people won't open their mouth. But you have to rephrase those raw questions in order to suit the scientist. And this was done in a very good program called Turning Point that was aired in Doordarshan, our national carrier, in 1991, and that won a number of prizes from around the world. The motto was scientific temperament, do not lose it. So if you can do that, if you can rephrase it, you can collect the raw questions, you can put the surveyors from the community in action, you can make the scientist feel what is the real concern is. And he or she will say, I can now understand your concerns. Let us discuss. Thank you. That is what I had all to say.
Thank you for your presentation. This topic, acquiring opinion leaders and popular people, those people who speak in a popular language, your cases were very, very interesting, and it's very important to explain science in simple words to different types of audience, regardless. We have the next co-presentation also from India, Ramshi Sharma, Department of Science and Technology, speaking about encouraging and inviting young scientists with the use of AFSAR program, AWSAR.
Good evening from India to all the dignitaries and participants. I will be speaking about augmenting writing skills for articulating research, Avsar, which in Hindi language means opportunity. This is an opportunity created by Government of India, and it started in 2018 to encourage and engage young scientists in science popularization. The idea of initiating this program came from the facts and data that India is a knowledge hub with a large pool of young research scholars. And in 2018, India ranked third in terms of scientific publications with 1.36 lakhs publications as per Scopus. And the number of PhDs awarded in the area of science and engineering is also we are third. And but the problem is that the challenge is that we are the science which is being conducted in the labs does not reach out to the common man. And it was the vision of our honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji that the scientific achievements which are taken place in the labs, they should be communicated to the society to inculcate scientific temperament among youth and attract young minds towards the career in science. So this program, AVSAR, was conceptualized and is being implemented since 2018 with a goal to foster and strengthen the science communication ecosystem in the country. The target stakeholders for AFSAR are scholars pursuing PhD and postdoctoral work and are being encouraged to write popular science articles based on their research work through award and reward mechanism in two categories. We have created two categories. One is the PhD scholars category and the other one is postdoctoral category, where we select the best stories in these two categories with the award of rupees 1 lakh, which is approximately equal to 1300 US dollars. In order to encourage more participation, we select 100 best stories in PhD category and give them the certificate of appreciation and along with rupees 10,000. And in the postdoctoral category also, we select 20 best articles and give them the certificate of appreciation and rupees 10,000 award. This is a great motivation to the young scholars because they get the opportunity to provide insights of their research work, which is very important in a popular format. So we give them the capacity building. We do the capacity building through workshops where we give them the tips and tricks and tell them about the art of science communication and how to write popular science articles and make the article interesting with graphics and tunes. So Afsar statistics, if you see, this program in the short duration of 3 years from 2018 to 2020 has we have conducted 17 workshops, 7 webinars last year due to COVID, and we had a participation of almost 7,000 scholars from across the globe, because we had maximum participation from the India, but we had participation from the other countries as well, from Germany, Japan, Singapore, US. So we had the participation globally. Then we had the submission of stories, 16,000 stories plus stories. We had the submitted stories of about 7,000, and we have given the awards to 393 scholars so that they feel motivated to write about their own work which they are doing in the labs in easy to understand language, so that they can communicate what they are doing to the masses. So this is also seen as a part of social scientific responsibility, as mentioned by Kinkini Das Gupta in the earlier session. This program has outreach in across the states of the country. We had the stories which were submitted from the almost all the states across the country, and the stories which were awarded under this program, this initiative. We have compiled these stories in the form of a book, which is Best Popular Science Stories by Scientists for the People. And to outreach to the common masses, we are getting it translated into the vernacular, because it is said that the people we have 22 languages in the country, and because we allow them to submit the stories in English and Hindi, we receive less stories in Hindi, but we wanted to reach out to the masses in our national language, so we are translating the book into Hindi, Tamil and Bangla as well. These are some of the interesting titles, if you see, like the termites of IISc. So where the author Nikita, she has focused upon significance of termites rather than highlighting it as a villain. How engineering of magnificent molds
Извините, 1
inspire
минута до
construction of
окончания.
energy efficient buildings and adds to the soil fertility and ecology. So these are some of the interesting stories, and you can go to the Avsar website and learn more about what kind of stories are being published, what kind of stories are being submitted by the research scholars in the country. We are not stopping. We are learning from our experience of past 3 years, and we are giving it a new dimension, and we are growing horizontal, vertical, and lateral. And we are including Avsar internship with Global Magazine and Audio Video Award, another award, because it is interesting that we should include, disseminate science, what is being conducted in the labs, to the masses in audio video format as well. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about the very unique initiative of Government of India, Avsar. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо за ваше выступление.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We can talk about that we have listened to almost all of the presentations from our foreign colleagues. What about Russia? What about the experience of acquiring and using scholars and scientists here in Russia? And how important would that be to use them in the communication activities? Andrei Voronin is going to talk from MISIS. You have 5 minutes, Andrei. Hopefully you can make it. I have no slides. It's Andrei speaking. I have no slides because if I put down on the slides and on the table everything that we have been planning on, it would be taking too much time. It's more about discussion rather here. So here in the heading we have this title. I think we should be going back to the name of the discussion. Where would the benefit be? And I would like to talk about, with the 5 minutes I've been given, about the benefits that the universities have. As I represent this university, the country as such. We have great experience from Brics countries, because we have this fight for talents. Because each country would like to get the best inside or from outside, and for obvious reasons. And yet another important point which was exposed last year, it's the importance of acquiring scientists and making it popular. This vaccination topic figures out that making this popular is the task for the state. Sometimes it's a question of survival. And another aspect should be considered here. When we become researchers, and I was wondering about that, the question would be very simple to answer. We are all researchers by default. Sometimes we'd ask this first question, why? Those of you who have children would remember this point immediately, and I also have children, and all of us are researchers. in that respect. So this essence, this human essence, should be kept in this whole process. Like my colleague from China was talking about this in a very beautiful way. We have too many visual forms of communication, too much information noise, media noise, and sometimes that's the thing that we have to try to eradicate. Sometimes we just need to make sure that students and all of the researchers by default conduct research and not try to manifest in those areas that are less important. I wouldn't want to diminish the importance of anything else, but I'm talking about the students of our national research institution, those who are researchers by their profession and living in such a metropolis like Moscow, a huge city. They would have to use the best methods available used by media industry, and that's how the scientific stand-ups come up and become useful in Russia. Science slam. When there is a bar, when there is science, and when there is rock and roll, when young scientists go up to stage, sometimes drinking alcohol, and people would listen to 10-minute long popular lecture about scientific research. That's the format that's become also popular here in Russia. Without the bar, the bars are prohibited in universities so far, but delivering this popular lecture on stage in a flashy environment still remains. And with the current students, what we can see is that there is a demand for more entertainment in such events. They would like to spend their time with use, but also enjoying themselves in science slams and scientific documentaries and Scientists Against Myths. This Enlightenment Forum are becoming popular. That's what's lectures are becoming, open lectures are popular in Russia. Motivated and driven by teams of people that are not sponsored by anyone. They are enthusiasts, and they deliver these lectures as enthusiasts, barely. And speaking about those who are students in the universities and young scholars and scientists, we can see that the demand for science for them is not science as process. It's more like science as a result, as an outcome. And using the experience of our Chinese colleagues, we just need to visualize the results the science can bring. We work with tangible things. We are from metallurgy, but those who work for IT and in the humanities, it's much more difficult to do with the non-tangible things. So the question, why and who do we need to deliver it to, and how do we attract scientists and scholars? Sometimes scientists need to make these presentations and they need to speak. Sometimes they feel this urge to teach and lecture. And if you remember Michael Faraday, the famous one, like 200 years ago, started a good tradition of Christmas lectures, when great scientists of the time would deliver lectures in the open public. And in our university, which I represent, we carry on with this format. It's the 10th anniversary, not 200th anniversary, but 10-year anniversary of these lectures, public lectures, when in the end of the year we still don't have too much time for them if you live in a big city, but still people find time with some Christmas gifts, drinking some beverages, non-alcoholic beverages, and sharing their scientific views in the open format. I'm wrapping it up, and should I be saying, just because we're limited by time, I would advise you to Google up some of our events. You can find them on Google if you like. And there are plenty of such events, and our citizens here have this kind of enthusiasm of inquisitiveness and learning for new things. And as you grow older, you still keep these inquisitive moments in you that you have left from school. Thank you, Andrea. I would like to ask you a couple of questions. The first question, in our Russian universities, would that be a a challenge to attract scientists to the popular science activities. Have you encountered such problems in Mises? What do you do about it? Because obviously there is a difficulty finding scientists for delivering popular science events and making sure that they would write about their research. And our Chinese colleagues spoke about that scientists would like to explain this in a very, very digestible way, and they need assistance with that. How do you motivate scientists to work in that respect? Well, thank you for a question. It's an obvious question. Sometimes people get skeptical when they hear about our popular formats. They get skeptical, and there are some extremes in reacting to that. They may deliver a classic lecture with very, very precise delivery of materials, showing formulas and very strict explanation. The second extreme is making it all very vulgar and primitive. So we should be avoiding these extremes. And who and how should we popularize the science? I think it's the scientists who should do that. I know that. But we need to show some examples of how to do it properly. And in our university, we're not about... we're not focusing on motivation. So it's the state that should motivate us to do that. We have some awkward attempts by the Russian Scientific Foundation. They're not with us here, but they show some reports about grants delivered. That's what should be supported. And we've heard about that in reports, but we also show some examples. A simple example, over the last 4 years, in our university only we have staged 17 science slams. And there will be the next one, to which I would invite everyone who would like, when you can hear young scientists and students in the form of a stand-up lecture. And when our audience can see this simple example, sometimes it's very interesting and lucrative for the others to participate. Those who have participated in mass media events on the radio, and they are below 35, and they obviously feel that there is some recognition that they are gaining, and orders, contacts, joint projects, etc. So in simple words, they are enjoying this, and they are getting more public. They are enjoying much more attention. They are turning into stars somehow. Well, of course, scientists are no longer sitting locked up in their labs without seeing the sun or the public. Smart is new sexy. There is a new definition. Smart is new sexy. So thousands and thousands of smart people, PhDs, more than 1,000 in our university, still feel competitive. They would like to be noticed, and they would like to stand out. And obviously, you would like to show your strong points to the public. As a center of strategic initiatives, you do this, but what should really happen so that scientists would join in saying, yes, I'm the scientist, I would like to speak about my research. Maybe it's the state regulation, maybe there are some KPIs be changing so that the scientists would really like to feel motivated and start getting interested about that. Maybe we should be asking this question to our foreign colleagues.
Actually, I wanted to listen to my colleagues, our colleagues as well, but actually people are approaching us themselves. Previously, we would have to chase people down, but now they approach us ourselves. It's very easy for people to approach us. It happens quite stitchlessly, and in terms of the state, it's very interesting to see the opinion of our colleagues. Can we ask one of the colleagues to answer the question? Can anyone answer the question?
Do repeat it again.
What should happen so that scientists want to popularize their science, what tools are needed for scientists to wish to popularize their science themselves, so that they want to talk about it?
Okay, if I'm allowed, I can share my views.
Да, отлично.
This is Manush.
Yes, please.
Yeah. See, preparing a policy, preparing rules by which the scientist gets a promotion, or might be in non-government agencies get some monetary benefits through science communication, won't really help. Because it has been shown time and again that if you are exchanging science communication with promotion, etc., that won't really work. What happens is giving them the inspiration right at the school level. That is the message, that is the inspiration that stays the longest. And if we can do that right from the school level, that will be possible because these students would grow up to be scientists. So if you are targeting grown up, mature scientists, it won't really happen overnight. The process has to be started from schools itself. That's my view.
Thank you very much for your answer. Indeed, the time is running up. I think the result of this meeting is an overall summary, how we see the new system, how to engage scientists into talking about science, what are the recommendations on popularizing their science. Maybe further we can continue this discussion on Facebook or any other social network. Thank you very much for being here. If there are some questions, then we can discuss them separately after the discussion, because in this room we're going to have the next discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember you responded when I was trying to understand where the problem is coming from.
The conference.
Dear colleagues, we are beginning yet another session of Science Popularizers of Brics countries. Let me welcome everyone who's in touch with us right now, who is watching us online. And also let me welcome all the participants of the discussion today and our speakers. This session is devoted to global challenges that are on the one hand in the area of science and on the other hand that cannot be sorted without understanding, without cooperation with all layers of society, with electors, with taxpayers, with the state, with authorities. And we're going to discuss the problems that we will need to sort out together, only together. On the one hand, this experience, on the other hand, the experience of overcoming and searching for solutions in different countries. We would really like participants to share their experience of overcoming different challenges. Let me introduce you to our speakers today. Fuad Aliskerov, on behalf of the Institute of Problem Solving of Russian Academy of Sciences and Higher School of Economics. Also, today we're going to listen to a presentation of Angelina Davidova. She is editor of journal Ecology and Law and director of the Bureau of Ecological Information. Alexander Chernokulsky from the Institute of Physics of Atmosphere at the Russian Academy of Sciences. From India, our colleague, Mr. Pankaj Kumar, Department of Science and Technologies. And from China, Professor Dong Xiaoping, National Commission of Healthcare of the Chinese People's Republic. As a moderator, I would like to warn you right away that I will give the floor in this order exactly. First, representatives of Russia and then representatives from other BRICS member states. We're going to do it this way. The first speaker, Fuad Aliskerov, and I can say that he is rather the fundamental scientist, so I would like to ask you to talk us through the fundamental view of challenges and how to sort them out. Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to speak here and to talk you through the subjects that I major in. I always talk about it in my scientific presentations. We are faced with tremendous challenges these days. Such challenges as changes in our existence. We comprehend it only now, because now the nature has responded quite severely to our actions. It has created the pandemic. It's not the end of this pandemic, as I can hear. Starting from March last year, we have been doing the numbers in all countries of the world. We are trying to predict the development of incidence of this virus in the different countries. I have already spoken at different conferences related to medicine, healthcare, and we were discussing the virus. And experts say that the pandemic will continue. Experts say that maybe we're going to have paleoviruses that are currently living in permafrost. We will have to combat them as well, and we are getting to a different level of challenges. The other challenge is global warming, environmental problems that we have now. And these problems are very serious. These challenges are quite topical. And two more things that we are looking into are problems of the Arctic. The Arctic is impacted by activity of human on our planet, and problems of South America In South America, there's a severe shortage of water, and some problems are man-made. For instance, terrorism is a man-made problem. Last year, as far as I remember, there was issued an article on analysis of terrorism. Starting from 2001, starting from 9/11 events, has taken lives of more than 110,000 people. Terrorism took these lives. And when we analyzed all these interactions of terrorist groups, in 2001, there were scattered terroristic groups. Then now, these terroristic groups are getting together. And I keep on talking about this during lectures. Recently, I've been speaking about environmental models, ecology models, about infections. And I can say that the world is faced with a very serious challenge now. And it's much more serious than all the other problems. We need to get away from this cave perception of life. We shouldn't count on luck, that luck will take away all the bad things. We must cooperate, we must work together. And one of the brightest examples here is vaccination and vaccine production. I keep on saying that maybe we could expect countries to get together, to invest money together, to come to terms that vaccines are maybe one vaccine is the most efficient, one or two or three vaccines are most efficient, and then the whole world could produce these vaccines together. But what's happening right now, actually? What actually happens is that the head of World Health Care Organization says that only 2 or 3% of population have access to vaccine. Again, this psychology where we count on luck. We get covered, we're hiding inside our caves, and we're hoping that luck will help us. And in this sense, I wanted to mention one more challenge that has already been mentioned previously during the forum. It has been mentioned that scientific achievements and breakthroughs require youth, young adults. And I keep on saying as well during my lectures that science is like a pyramid. On the top of the pyramid of science, there should be a stable foundation, a wide, stable foundation in order to have an Einstein on the top. And a wide foundation is possible only through popularization of science. This is the only way to create a stable foundation of science, to engage as many people as possible into science. In order to create this wide, stable foundation for science, we need to popularize science as much as possible. We need to talk about it. We need lectures, different levels, different natures of lectures to engage people into science. And there's one more thing that I wanted to mention here. I often refer to my experience. So I refer to my experience. I always lecture people on analysis of different solutions. I lecture at Higher School of Economics, and different departments, different groups, different students are prepared on different levels. Some students are quite technical. Those who are majoring in some technology, I keep on telling these technical students the same thing. I am not teaching you to major in technology. In order to know more about technology, you need to know much more. I am teaching you to understand the request, to understand the need. If you don't understand the need, the demand, then usually people just turn a blind eye to the need if they don't understand it. But we need solutions to the demand, to the things that we need, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but we need these solutions today to problems that we have. And I'm explaining to them that you see this demand now, but actually help is needed today. Mathematicians, for instance, mathematicians need biologists sometimes to sort out some problems and to find solutions. So we need to work together. It's a system that includes popularization of science and explains different sides of science. And it prepares and it helps us say that the 21st century, 22nd century, humankind will develop in such a way that it can meet these challenges and find solutions to these challenges. I guess that's it from me, and if there are questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you very much, Fuad Tagievich. You have set the tone for our discussion. You have set the tone in terms of the challenges that we're going to discuss. The speakers are going to speak on different challenges. Every speaker is going to cover a different challenge. And you have fairly mentioned that right now the whole world is in the pandemic. And experience of this pandemic as a global challenge for the planet, this challenge is one of the main challenges that we are comprehending, that we are trying to wrap our head around. Now I wanted to hand over to our colleague from India, to Mr. Pankaj Kumar, because his presentation is going to be dedicated to strategy of awareness about science and healthcare in order to solve the problem of COVID-19 within National Awareness Program about Health and Risks. Mr. Pankaj Kumar, please share your experience from India.
Thank you. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
No.
Yes.
You can hear. Thank you. May I start?
Yes, you may start.
Thank you. And I'm privileged for this opportunity by Brics Science Population Forum and the organization committee. I wanted to share our very challenging experience, but with modest learning when this pandemic is stuck everywhere. In March 2020, there was a great science and risk communication challenge for our scientists and science communicators. It was unprecedented, global. Rapid action was needed amidst chaos and the face of an unidentified enemy, as they said at that time, and our enormity of population, 1.3 billion more plus. So, and the precise science and the community science of the virus, which was mutating, it was very nascent. So the community spread was, the threat was looming large. So was the threat of a community spread of junk scientific information. Fatalities were increasing. We had to diagnose at a very short notice that where do we enter the situation? And it had grappled almost all parts of India, as it was doing in other countries. We had a brief from our Niti Aayog that science communicators through National Council for Science and Technology Communication had to be galvanized to rise up to the challenge with whatever tools, whatever resources, whatever knowledge we had through our health service providers, through WHO and all other countries who are sharing their knowledge and lessons quickly. And we had to assimilate. The bullseye was that there were corona misinformation factories everywhere, galore, on the streets, in households, social media, and even inside the healthcare settings. And there were unscientific defenses. India is a strongly cultural country, and we have a rich faith systems are there. So there was also reports of goddess temples being put up for calling it Corona goddess, witchcraft, and the rituals were repurposed to get some relief. And because there were fatalities and people were losing their family members, social hostility, then our medical and health service providers were facing threat when they reached out to people so that they can offer them some relief with whatever knowledge. The stigma was there. scaremongering, gossips, and there was resistance to all our well-meaning, well-founded health support. And stiff opposition was also there. There was violence cases reported. Our systemic burdens were enormous. Our otherwise robust health system was just showing signs of crumbling, but we had to manage. And there were market practices at the same time. There were essential health care resources like sanitizers, masks, medicines. They were vanishing from the scene. So we learned what our health providers were up to. There were pre-call messages campaign by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and MITI. And there were messages on TV, on mobiles, public science, local government and addresses, jingles, etc., etc. Then our ministries of health issued a COVID-19 book of 5, response and containment, COVID-19 risk communication committee engagement. These are the few things, and a lot of states of India were also coming up with their own health science, health communication messages. But what NCSTC and our science communicators were up to, I would just present few glimpses of that in the short period given to me. Niti Aayog had requested us to draw up a crack plan. Interim measure, we already had few and around 100 initiatives on in science communication. We had to repurpose, and for 3 to 6 months extension was given to all these initiatives. And with this repurposing, their entire gamut of activities was channelized so that we start meeting people. We start reaching their doorsteps. And because our healthcare providers were direly in need of such support, where you have to interpret and we have to console and we have to just show them how to access the right solution. So with this, we diagnosed that public response, which was emerging, it had a mix of fear, faith, and science. We had to raise the share of science as immediate response in 15 days time. And this was the scenario on streets. You can see our strong cultural support system, but you can see people are masked by this hope of relief through their religious and their cultural practices. They were also repurposed like other rituals in this time of panic. First thing we brought out was COVID Katha. That was a multimedia, interactive, online guide, that is Sign-Tune based guide, A to Z guide, because first enemy was fear. And the second enemy later on, when people started following this guidebook, and in 15 days time, it was put up and to provide suitable knowledge and confidence, even to our health service providers. So it was made available in different formats. It's a flip version, animations, videos, and it was translated in several Indian languages. As per schedules of Constitution, there are so many Indian languages and there are people, and we have to make bridges. And it was first line science-based antidote communication for the sudden spurt in misinformation and junk science. Wide adoption has been reported across the country. In one particular state, Rajasthan, at a district level, panchayat level, local governance level, all these communicators and science communicators have been equipped. They have reached out to people and they allayed their fear. This guidebook was released by our Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare on 3rd May itself, 2020. Then we had to set some performance indicators. This is a slightly repurposed set of our existing science communication performance indicators. I would note then we had 3-pronged strategy. One was science outreach and awareness initiatives. Second, science media and science literacy initiatives. I show the colored zones in the country on the map of India. Then multi-sectoral and research initiatives, because at the same time we had to decipher, we had to decode and deconstruct what was happening on our scientific and medical knowledge side. Where I have listed the states where our interventions were there. So totally, it amounts to roughly 200 million INR support, which we channelized. We also drew up an impact assessment framework for mainstreaming of scientific messages, enhancing the access to scientific messages and engagement, change making through risk communication, and ultimately the empowerment. The results interim results I can quote, I can cite from, because our assessments are continuing. It is around a year. So there has been a calibrated thrust at reducing the number of quarantine districts across India. They were color zonated, and we were keen that our science communicators reach out to reduce the burden on our healthcare system so that the number of quarantine districts they reduce and the quarantine performance is enhanced. Rate of recovery, as you all know, that India has done miraculously well, but we also feel that science communicators have done their bit and they need to do a lot more. A more health science literate society, maybe, and our final results of assessments will tell us that the quantum jumps are there where they are, but at least in villages, drastic risk cuts were there and the burden on health system was reduced. There are numerous villages reported. I have given some newspaper, and these are from fields, reporting from field, that there are numerous villages, including tribal villages, who managed to keep COVID-19 totally off. And I am very keen to get another opportunity to share our upcoming results. I thank you all for your very kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. I have just one clarifying question. I'm a journalist, and it's very interesting to ask. How did you reach mass media? You mentioned that you managed to reach mass media so that mass media could broadcast the trusted information about the pandemic. How did you manage to get in touch with mass media?
Our health service providers were having a very heavy presence on our television, FM radios, and different bandwidths of radios and internet also. Our emphasis had been on people-to-people contact, one thing, cultural settings, second thing, alternate media, and also interactive guide, like I mentioned, online guides and online interaction. And on mass media, NCSTC does support through Vigyan Prasar, India Science Channel. India Science Channel has been entrusted to respond to the burning issues. So during the pandemic times, our India Science Channel, it was there on DD, that is called Doordarshan also. India Science Channel has played a very important role in this connection, and we have yet to measure the impact.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting experience because many countries, sociologists and other scientists are saying that mass media is actually being very destructive in terms of information about coronavirus. Mass media is spreading the wrong message about the disease, about treatment from the disease, and I'm really amazed by the fact that you managed to do it right.
We thought that just a small rejoinder, and then I over it to the organizers, just a small thing, because social media was having a very noxious presence everywhere. So it was really working through the jungle of junk scientific information. I agree with you.
Thank you very much. And now I suggest that we just a little bit move away from this pandemic and COVID-19 topic. Just move away from it a little bit. What we must discuss is yet another important challenge that the humankind has encountered. And it's getting more and more serious. Now we're going to talk about environmental risks. And this is the presentation delivered by Angelina Davidova, chief editor of Environment and Law magazine. She'll be talking about environmentalist-related issues in Russia. Angelina, are you with us? Yes, hello everyone. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me over here. It's a real honor for me to participate. I've been listening to a few sessions previously. Seems like that we're getting a very nice expert discussion. It was very useful for me to listen to my colleagues from other countries about their research, about the technology. I'm in for communication of the environmental issues, climate and environment-related problem. I cover them for more than 10 years for Russian media and for international media. I also teach in St. Petersburg State University and Environmental University. I deliver public lectures and talk about all these things. And basically, I'm a communicator of this topic in Russia in general. I know that Alexander Chernopolsky will be following, Alexander Chernokulsky to be precise. He will be talking about how to communicate these climate issues better in Russia. I instead will be focusing on communication of both climate and environmental issues. Over the recent years, there's been quite a lot of media changes in Russia in both communicating about climate and environment. There is quite a lot of growth of interest to the green topics, so-called green topics from the professional community, from the specialized groups of specialists, politicians, regional administrators, groups of businesses, etc., and the general public. All these people have been getting more and more into the environmental issues. What do I mean by these? Well, they're mostly interested about local and hyper-local environmental problems, like, for example, air pollution, local air pollution, local water quality, the quality of vegetation in cities and towns, garbage processing, and everything related to that. The second important trend, which is turning into a very popular one among the general public, is the consumption of products. So consumption, consumerism, and environment. These are the topics that are very relevant these days. And the global issues, like, for example, the climate change and biodiversity shrinking, they are getting less interesting for various reasons, because there may be some changes in communication. Like, for example, why not talk about these problems? Well, maybe there are some future-related risks involved, and there are some present pressing risks standing here, so maybe the priority is given, of course, to the more recent risks, things that are happening right here, right now, maybe tomorrow. But as far as the biological variety shrinking issue looks more vague, and it's very difficult to translate these problems to the local landscape, which would be very near and very close to your audience level. One more important aspect here: there has been quite a lot of environmental changes that overlap with some other topics: science, politics, economics, and public movements, and consumption issues, vogue and fashion, design and health. All these topics overlap. We see it in environmental communication and climate communication as well. I've somehow described what's been going on, so now I'll be focusing more on more important processes that do occur in environmental communication. And I'll be speaking about how we can improve such communication in both climate and environment. And we'll also be listening to Alexander Chernokulsky, because we have prepared a joint report together. So there is an important aspect to mention. Environmental journalism has expanded recently. Journalists professional journalists deliver media content, but it's not only professional journalists that deliver media content. On social media, if we like something, if we tweet or retweet something, we put a significant input into the creation of media content. So those who make such media content include traditional mass media and also new specialized mass media that are growing internationally and locally here in Russia, and different platforms as well. For example, on the Russian web, there are plenty of groups. We have such environmental groups on WhatsApp and other messengers. There are some closed groups for interests and public boards. They generate this type of content, and it's all media content that is created and delivered. Bloggers are becoming more important. So we are not only talking about media journalists, but we are talking about environmental bloggers as well. We are expanding. There are some advantages, so environmental communication has strengthened, but we have some issues here. The previous speaker said that the level of noise is growing, the excessive content amount is also poses a threat. It's very hard to find the necessary information there. But how we can improve environmental communication? What's important here is to expand the topics. So we should not be just barely focused on scientific research, or we should not be just barely focusing on environmental issues or consumption issues, but speak about economics and technology in combination. So these stories to tell should be more convoluted. Sometimes we mention only problems when we speak about environment, but we have solutions as well. They are tested, and it's important to explain such things as well. So there is some journalism of solution journalism that has emerged recently also in Russia, and is developing in Russia as well. And the third very important aspect to think about, to ponder over, which I think is one of the key ones, is mass communication. Seems like mass communication does not exist any longer, especially when we speak about more niche topics here, like environment, climate change issues. So it's all about more targeted communication for specific content. We need to be more targeted. We need to know what we wrap this information into, what would be the frame, and you become more important. For example, one event can be explained in a different way to one type of audience who has not been seriously thinking about environment. So we wrap it differently. But another type of audience, we wrap it in a different way. Those who need to deepen their knowledge, those who are very familiar with the topic, need a different targeted explanation. That's what differs the communication. But in the end of my presentation, I should say that these topics are becoming more interesting. Our colleagues' experience is getting more interesting, and it's pretty fancy to see how they share these stories in their countries and what they share with one another. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Angelina, for joining us. Yes, we will continue this environment-related topic with Alexander Chernokulsky further on. But you mentioned that there has been growing interest to you said local environmental problems in Russia. What are other countries' experience you can mention and you can use as an example? Do you have some kind of professional envy to borrow from some other countries and use as a template? I think answering this question, I should say that there are no universal templates that we can borrow from one country and use it in another. It's interesting to use it in context. I learn quite a lot from regional American sources, American media. Local and hyper-local journalists work really well there. I borrow quite a lot from my German colleagues and big-scale German media. In other countries, we have environmental journalism as multimedia projects. In Brazil, for instance, I was really happy to learn from Brazilian projects in this field. There are plenty of countries, a lot of context, and we can use these examples. There are plenty of examples to share, also some Russian examples of new online content may be interesting for our colleagues in other countries as well. Thank you very much. It sounds really promising. Unfortunately, we need to still go back to the pandemic topic, to the COVID-19 topic. Seems to be it's one of the pressing topics these days. With great pleasure, I would like to give the floor to Dong Xiaoping. Chinese experience for all the world is extremely important because China was the first country to face that particular challenge. You were the first who had to directly go openly to the public and explain to the general public what was going on about this COVID. And health education in the fight against COVID-19 is a very valuable experience for all of us. Over to you. The floor is yours. You can start, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair Lady. And good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, perhaps, and everybody. My name is Dong. I'm a professor of virology. My background is medicine. Now I worked as a chief expert of virology in China CDC. And actually, I'm not an expert in the health education at all. I'm a medical doctor dealing with the medical biology. However, I'd like to share our experience regarding the health education in the fighting against COVID-19. And what I want to emphasize is how important of health education in the fight against, the pandemic or epidemic or any infection disease. And, what's the problem? Okay, well, perhaps as you know, China was the first country reported COVID-19 worldwide at the beginning of last year. And if you look at the small figure at the top right corner, you can see at the beginning of last year, during the January to the end, to the middle of, I think, of March, there is a huge peak in regarding the daily new case in China. At that time, roughly 3,000 to 4,000 at peak. The new case was reported every day, and afterwards, now the epidemic or the pandemic in China, in mainland of China, became quite well controlled. And afterwards, you can see some small cluster identified in different regions of China, which caused by different sources. And among them, the imported case became a huge problem. And why China successfully control such huge epidemic in mainland China? I believe because of such 4 items. Of course, rapid medical response and aids, rapid epidemic and laboratory diagnosis practices are most important things from the professional sides or from medical sides. And at the same time, we have had very strong leadership from central government to local government. And mostly important things, we believe that the participants of whole of the society is the most important things for pandemic or for any epidemic of any large scale of infection disease. And afterwards, we learned that the important case is the one of the major source, or one of the major source to trigger the small cluster or small outbreak in mainland of China. And as you see here, we identified the first imported case at the end of January. And till the beginning of this October, we have totally identified more than 15,000 or roughly 16,000 cases from 158 countries or regions worldwide. And 90% of the imported cases were Chinese, and roughly 11% are foreigner. And this imported case was the imported source to initiate the dozens of clusters in mainland of China. So we conducted the whole chain management from the border to community to home. At that time, we need the complete understanding of all Chinese citizens. All the Chinese citizens live in the foreign country. When they fly back to home, they have to stay in the hotel, in the quarantine hotel for 2 or 3 weeks. And another thing we learned from the pandemic afterwards is the transmission pathway from the products to humans. And we identified several clusters or small outbreaks was initiated by the export frozen products. And we have identified some symptoms workers working in the foreign countries. During the work, they probably contaminated the packing or the frozen seafood, and such kind of seafood was transported by ship to China and triggered the outbreak. So we conducted a new strategy, that is the control strategy for goods and vacuum, particularly for the frozen goods. And the third thing we learned is just from last winter that, COVID-19 occurred not only in the large city, but also in the small villages in the far away, for example, in the northern part of China. And through dozens of small parties in the small village, and the epidemic spread very fast from the countryside to the cities. So we have the control strategy for the countryside, and we have improvement capacity. We have to improve the capacity for the primary level organizations. And now we, just like the rest of the world, we face some problem of emergency of new variants. We have to update the national recommendations for COVID-19 control and treatment. For example, the Delta strains, which shows very great impact on the transmissibility and cause several clusters or several outbreaks in mainland of China. And just like the rest of the world, we have vaccine. Of course, with now China, we have 6 different type of vaccine which can be used in China. And now we have, the share of the people vaccine against the COVID-19 in China, that is the full vaccinate the people. And the total is roughly it's over 76% of Chinese citizens received at least one dose of vaccine, and more than 70% of Chinese received 2 doses, or they finished their full vaccine regimen. And this national immunization campaigns need a lot of great efforts on health educations. So the health education is so important in the fight against the COVID-19, aiming to call the participants or the coordination of the whole of the society. And the umbrella of China CDC, we conduct a lot of different kind of health education. At the beginning, we set up the health education movement, telling people what is the COVID-19, what is the virus, and what is the clinical, and how can we understand the non-pharmaceutical intervention, what is the pandemic, the traveling problem, the hygiene problem, the close contact tracing, and testing, quarantine, disinfection, so on. And now the main target is to do the education to tell the people how important to receive the vaccine, the vaccinations. And of course, the health education was conducted based on different items. For example, we have different health education program based on different population. The professional targeting on professional people, targeting different level of leader, that is extremely important, I do believe. Targeting on the city people, farmer, student, and minorities, because China has 56 different races. And based on the different time, we have
Простите, господин Донг, у вас осталось...
Excuse me, you only have 1 minute to complete your presentation. 1 minute, okay?
Okay. Well, we have different training program on based on the different time, and also based on the different objective, and also we use different tools. Yeah. For example, the classical poster, radio, TV, and the newly APP program, and we conduct hundreds of thousands different workshop webinars. And the objective is we need more knowledge, which transfer more knowledge. We will have more participation and more cooperation. And last land, and let's work together to fight against the COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Спасибо вам огромное.
Thank you very much. I especially like to say to you that right next to me, Professor Aleskerov is sitting right next to me, and he's the author of the research, what was the index of social responsibility of general public and how important it was, how it helped to effectively eradicate the pandemic. So I would like to ask this question to both of you, but please answer shortly. What you personally think, what determined the success for the Chinese measures to combat COVID-19? Is this the understanding and willingness of the general public? Is that because people were responsible, or because they understood also the scientific input of these measures? So it's the question to both of you. About the Chinese experience. So, do you think people really understood what scientists talk about, or they were just obedient?
Well, yeah, of course, at the very beginning, it's quite hard to let the normal population to understand, the very hard understanding scientific words or medical words. And yeah, we tried our best to transfer correct the message to the normal people, particularly in the small village, in for the farmer or for the relatively low educated persons. And such kind of so-called campaign or movement should be repeatedly for several times. And if you repeated your propagation and if you repeated your education every day and let the people understand why he or she should behave like this, why he or she should sometimes sacrifice their so-called freedom to fulfill the country's needs or to fulfill the community needs. So what I think, of course, it's not time to see China has eradicated the pandemic. We have successfully eliminated the epidemic in China. And one of the important things or one of the important contribution is to let a high percentage of the Chinese citizens understand what COVID-19 it is. Why should they follow the government instruction or from the professional instruction carefully? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I would like to refer to my colleague Fuad Tagievich. Yes, I agree with Professor Dong. And I can say that social responsibility and obedience and understanding and trust, it includes it all. It was trust by the population to science. Population of science trusted the science, trusted the doctors. And when it got spread, Mr. Dong said that they had to repeat information many times, then they understood. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. And from the pandemic, we are coming back again to the planet, and let's have a look at what happens to our planet. Our big challenge for all of us, climate change. Recently, there were published two books of the sixth report of the multi-structural group on the climate, and this is one more thing that scientists need to talk about all the time and talk to different social groups, and in this sense, experience of discussion of climate-related problems. It's also as important as the virus. I wanted to hand over to Alexander Chernokulsky, Institution of Physics of Atmosphere. Alexander, over to you. Yes, good afternoon or good evening, dear colleagues. Olga, I can agree with you. The only point I wanted to mention is that only the first volume has been published. The second volume is going to be published next year. But this week we have received the proof that scientific community efforts were recognized. A Nobel Prize was awarded, and half of the prizes were awarded to those who major in climate. It's not a matter of consensus anymore, not the 95 and 97%. So it's quite significant. Yes, I wanted to say a few words about the climate. I'm a scientist who is engaged into climate studies, and in recent years, I've been spending some efforts, some time to communicate the subject to the audience, to the general public, to state structures, to businesses. Last year and this year, we were engaged in activity together with journalists, together with Angelina Davidov, Soria Davidova, and with psychologists. This is a diverse team that we had. Physicists, psychologists, and journalists. The book has almost been published already on what climate is and how to speak about climate. Let's try to outline the main problems and features in this communication in this area. The problem is that something needs to be done, but there are a lot of myths, a lot of not reliable information. Maybe I'm focusing on this subject more than on other subjects, but I believe that there are a lot of myths here. I don't know why people don't believe the scientists. Well, maybe it's not a matter of faith or a matter of trust, but why efforts of the scientists are not recognized and how to build efficient communication. We have outlined 4 main features and we have outlined 2 problems in each one. I wanted to talk you through them. The first main feature of communication in climate is the globality of risk and the time. It's very different from the pandemic because the pandemic is already here, it has already happened, and it develops in such a mode that you can see what happens in the next door country, and you understand that as soon as it comes to you, it's going to happen the same way as it happens in the other country. As to Earth, we don't have another similar planet. We can't see what will happen to Earth in 50 years because there's no other planet that would demonstrate us what happens to a planet in these circumstances. And globally, the pandemic happens in a neighboring country, or it happens to a person next door, like our neighbor catches the disease. But as to the climate, scientists are saying that the temperature has increased by half a degree, and you don't understand actually the problem, like this half degree. What does it mean to me exactly? What should I do about it? Is there any risk about it? So there's a psychological point in this. We underestimate the risks related to climate. It's very global, and people just push it away from them in 4 dimensions. People are being too optimistic, overly optimistic. We believe that we will overcome it definitely, and we do nothing about it. Now, this is the main problem. When we talk to journalists, we tell them that they should describe the threat applied to specific places, to specific people. Maybe we should talk about adaptation. We should make more examples. It shouldn't be about just statistics and numbers. It should be about specific examples, close-to-life examples, down-to-earth examples. And it's a global risk. Often journalists ask me, when are the changes going to happen? When is the climate actually going to change? It's not going to happen in such a way like we wake up in the morning and it changes overnight. The climate change happens every day, on a daily basis. It's like if you want to boil a frog, you drop it, you put it into cold water, and you warm it gradually. We are not being dropped into boiling water. We're being dropped into cold water, and gradually, but slowly but surely, we're being heated. Well, journalists are saying the right words these days. The most important thing is just start acting, start doing something. This risk is not here right now, but it will come, and we're not sure whether the measures that we're taking, whether they are going to work. And there are a lot of alarms, a lot of alarmism, so to speak. And there are studies that are proven that alarmism is non-productive. It's counterproductive. People do nothing when they hear alarms only. If there are alarms only done by journalists, then people will do nothing about it, actually. So the right message is, like Angelina said, solution. What is the solution? The journalism of solutions, to show solutions and to prove that these solutions work, that they are really applicable. The other thing, the first feature is that it's a deferred risk and it's a global risk, and next is feedback. Climate is not something separate. It's not like a meteorite that's on its way to Earth. Climate change depends on our action. Changing our behavior now, we can impact the climate in the future. And there are 2 points here, 2 big problems. First, underestimating our behavior. Many believe that I am too small, my impact is too small, my behavior doesn't matter, but actually it does matter. So we must A lot of talk is being about guilt, and journalists are always saying that this one is guilty, that one is guilty, and this blaming is the wrong thing to do. It prevents them from taking actions. It's better to talk about responsibility, and responsibility must be shared. It's not only with consumers. Responsibility must be shared by state, by corporations, by community. This is the way we should talk about it. We shouldn't be speaking about blaming or about anyone's guilt. Next point. It feels like we can do nothing. It feels like everything is in vain. We believe like it's very funny, actually. On the one hand, we believe that we cannot impact the climate. We are helpless here, but others think that yes, we impact the climate, but what we do, it makes no sense. It's too small. But actually, we must prove, we must show that our actions matter, our behavior matters. We must change our. It changes the environmental footprint of every single person. Only 1 minute left. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Another important point, another feature, it's interdisciplinary. Unfortunately, there is no interdisciplinary expertise. There are a lot of different scientists here, physicists, economists, sociologists. And it's important for journalists to choose the expert. When you talk to a physicist, don't talk to him about politics, ask about physics. And when you want to talk about economics, don't ask physicists about economics. Another important point, we're still getting the knowledge, and knowledge are overlapping one on top of the other. There are things that we know, things that we don't know. We shouldn't mix it together. And the fourth point is that there are a lot of stakeholders. There are different responses by different stakeholders. Some are responding well, some are not responding well. There's a lot of risk. We need to be minding whom we're talking to. Communication must be targeted. It's very important to target communication to the right audience. And one more thing, it's important to understand that there is a negative lobby here. And journalists, on the one hand, they can cover greenwashing, and on the other hand, they can criticize what's happening with the climate, and sometimes they are being counterproductive. Alexander, thank you very much. Thank you for being so full of energy. This is a very energetic conclusion of the issues that we discussed. It seems like these issues are hard to resolve, but that's actually possible. Thank you very much to our colleagues from India and China. We hope that among those global challenges that we have discussed today, the pandemic will be sorted out most quickly in the nearest time. We cannot overcome problems related to climate all that fast, but the pandemic, we would like to combat it very fast. Thank you very much.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Hello, sorry. Can you sit at the center of the screen?
Yeah, I can see the center of the screen.